Hello everyone, welcome to another Ace Attorney stream. We're still doing the Apollo Justice Trilogy, and we're still in the first game of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. And we'll be starting episode 4 today, Turnabout Succession. So let's get right into it. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason system. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. We're already on the final chapter? I feel like there was one more after this. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write anything in agency. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look! Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa, look at that! He's the Grand Gramier. Alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Yeah, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowed the crowd by figuring out how Lumiere disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviniers concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great, I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramaryes? If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the Magic Valent Gramarye. You are here, looking hard or hardly working. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. Aha. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding, I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups? I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy, you're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy for the secrets you know. With the secrets you know. Ah ha ha. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Really? Huh? With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? Ahaha. To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard about the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't it that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. Ah, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Aha, Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So, what is a secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like the system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. I don't think anybody likes a test. We'll take a case as simple as... we'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the jurist system simulated court committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge and the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of the new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, do you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most definitely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potential serious sentence, and most serious in a worst-case scenario. Ack, you mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filled. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Okay, let's ask about Grammary first. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusion, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valen. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it won't kill me to pop over there. Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic? I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is this? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Grammary envelope. Envelope from Mr. Wright. Do not open until the time is right. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm not going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial, all of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Alright. What do you mean if I can get her to talk? That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. "Oh, guard, is our client going to be much longer?" What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Eek! Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. That's a big notebook. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence, it builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right, okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Eek! She passed out. Hmm? Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Your name? So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though, I think I understand despair a little bit better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. Vera's card, defendant's business card. The address for Drew Studio is on the front. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Alright. Okay. Wow, it looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there is a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Huh? Apollo? Look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Obtained at Drew's studio, only half finished. The rough sketch is still visible. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Hey! It's Emma Sky again. Emma, long time no see. Oh? It seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning, that's how it was done, you know? Poisoning, a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene, or else. So we can't talk to her? So this, Drew Misham was kind of an artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. I guess she's not really involved. She's just protecting the crime scene. Oh, well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, really. Huh? So, it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox here. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Drew Misham's contract with the outside world, it's empty. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Yeah. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm. Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that even mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Interesting. Alright, let's examine the cups on the table first then. Ah, that's the victim's mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Coffee cup. The victim's last cup of coffee. The side of the cup means the side of the cup reads Misham. Okay. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Hey! There's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal. That hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. It looks exactly like the unfinished one, but different. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting found at Drew's studio, notable for the large plum in the foreground. Okay. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day or age, or wrote rather. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know, and how they're so thick. Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketched part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Eek, Apollo. That's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating it. Maybe. It's interesting how the coffee isn't, like, on the ground. Let's look at this side of the room. It looks very different from the other side. Let's take a little closer look at this desk here. Alright. See, we have a picture. So this is Drew Misham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close and a happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Ack. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Uh-oh. Oh, cute. Look at this tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture could fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Or it's for a coin or something. Seen people do that before. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is this, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ugh, you had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feathery thing? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Oh, whoops. There. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh. The postmark on this letter. It's from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. Red envelope found in the victim's desk drawer. It seems to have been opened once and resealed. Alright. Was there something still there? Okay, no. Looks like we're good. What is this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half and make a coin trick. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. 50 bucks is not that much. I guess it is for a little girl anyway. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Okay. Anything else? Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Maybe. You never know. I feel like I've looked at everything. Seems that way anyway. Yeah. Alright. Anything to present to her? I guess this? So Emma, about this coffee mug. I hope you aren't trying to grill me for information. You know I'm not talking. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look yourselves? If you find a clue, I might not be unwilling to lend a hand. I think she's going to help us, Apollo. Let's check out this mug, shall we? Okay, I need to analyze everything. I see. Okay. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready? For what? For what? For the Troop Gramarye Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on upstage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. It doesn't get more straightforward than that. Okay. Let's look at this. Vera Mission. What a pretty business card. It looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, it's just her name. That seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and back of a business card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your business cards, Paulo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Okay, let's analyze this painting. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Let's remember to keep Trucy away from small, round fish. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you? They do, actually. What's that all about? Doesn't look like there's anything else really weird about it. Okay. Okay, that's just a picture. Analyze but this. Hey, look here. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. Must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... better ask Emma. Looks like a lip mark or something. Yeah, that's just his signature, I guess. Anything on the bottom? I should probably check that too. Nope. Okay. Let's look here. Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's a story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. Okay. Let's check out this red envelope. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Okay, we have two things to ask Emma about now. Let's present the coffee cup. Oops. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. That? Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science, I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray, that's what it turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be more willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Alright, let's show her the envelope now. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open. Ha, please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes. The use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. Alright. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get her scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay. What about this? Emma, about this painting. Oh, that. Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you. You want to examine it? Is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Okay. Let's do the mug again? Emma, about this mug. There's pale... Oh. That's already... We've already done this. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask me about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquine. Atroquine. The deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons. It is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Okay, so that's why the cup's still on the table. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah, what are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's that for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Okay. Nothing happening. Can I just keep spraying the mug since we know something's there, or what's going on here? Not finding anything. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. Okay. Aha! Eek! A reaction, Apollo. Ah! Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches. Bears traces of deadly poison. Okay. Why would the inside of that frame have poison in it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in this case. Okay. Do you have anything else to present to you? Guess that. Okay. Lips are sealed. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Okay, we already got that. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. Ahehe. You want to know about my tool, don't you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. There we go. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically it lets you see inside things like envelopes? That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Alright. What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. Then I won't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Alright. You set the sample in the device, like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quite quicker. Just have a try at it. Turn the dial there with the arrow keys for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little bit more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you can see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, would you? Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding space? Okay. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little more. Good. Now you can give Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. Okay. Right. Lottery, try again. Can already read it. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But, see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Alright. Okay, we're getting closer. Mission. I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page on there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Alright. Sign this paper, sign the papers, and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So, it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings? Wild the secrecy, though. And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping numb about it. Contains 2 sheets of writing paper. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Ah, I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Bruchel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valiant Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valiant Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to the Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Alright. This business card reads Spark Bruchel, freelance journalist. Alright. Go to the Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valiant. What about the case? Wahahahahahahahahahaha. Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee-hee, Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his strong traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish you congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky to have witnessed miracles such as ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magni's illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand. Alright. Everyone's talking about the magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valiant Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valiant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defined our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir of the Grammary Troupe's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses, how can I help you? If the world is waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of the Magnifique's miracle was possible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? Yeah, it's very suspicious. And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifique's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such, was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifique knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy. It was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves concealed your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifique passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifique himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. I don't know, maybe I'll show you this. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Gramarye's seal. Uncle Valent, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your my partner. No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy, that kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to no other than Zach Gramarye. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Interesting. Ha 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 ha. A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Alright. He shouldn't want anything. Oh, maybe this. So, a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to the paper. His name was Bruchel. Bruchel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Bruchel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Just now. Valent's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapish reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? Is it but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye? Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized proprietors. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear it apart respectively. I will tear apart him. Oh, here it comes, Paulo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Ah ha 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 ha. Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now. Make ready for a miracle. Alright. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. I agree. Back to the detention center. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, 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 not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Looks like it. There's something about his face I really don't like. It's unsettling. Here, there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already in here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Why does he have a toothbrush in his pocket? You're Justice, you? Can you not smile like that? You look like... No offense to him, but he looks like a Titan from Attack on Titan or something. Just... yeah. You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Woo, you're Trucy. Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. Eek! That's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Woo-wee, what a pickle. Accused won't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh? I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Bruchel, Spark Bruchel. I'm not picky, journalist, just close eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseating, strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrill is. Wild romps through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Bruchel, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing on the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? I don't understand that at all. What is he trying to get at? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is? So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham? And he never had a story done about him before? That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why did the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with famous ketchup. You think the burger guy is going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. I don't understand any of these. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass ones with speakers, end quote. Right. Guess we'll leave them then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a bit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote. I believed it was. An oil painting? It happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. You mean this one? Ah, right, let me go on the record to say here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Bruchel, take this. Write brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Maybe he wants the other one? Ah, right, let me go. Okay. Never mind then. Maybe this? Ah, right, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Bruce will take this and right. Oh, come on. Okay, nothing there either. Maybe this? No. Okay, no. Maybe the ticket? Okay. Nothing there. Maybe this? Okay, nothing there either. Okay, maybe I should just go. Let's go back to the right. Anything in agency? Probably nothing there. Go back to the studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling you face we've got going there, Emma? Is there anything I can present to her? I don't know, this? Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. Okay. Nothing in talk, maybe something in examine? Doesn't look to be anything new. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? I don't know, do you know about this? Okay, no. Yes, so it was stolen, no? Ah, there we go. I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? Of course he was. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically it's someone who makes forgeries. Yeah, he was forging paintings. That's why everything's so different. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, to be so precise you can't tell them apart. So, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal. I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practicing for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's underneath the painting of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings is only halfway finished. Still, it would be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True. That would be interesting, and maybe valuable for a case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Come on, Emma. Help us out. I kinda wanted to see the rough sketch underneath this painting, and I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. Alright. Let's start with the first one. We'll just go in order. Okay. Looking interesting so far. Oh, it's cards. Huh? Okay, let's print this one out. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to do, for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So, Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Let's go for the second one. What's under the pufferfish? What is that? Okay, let's print this one. It's the cart. It's all of our cases so far. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look all serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last one of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. So this one was the first one with the cards. This one was the second one with the noodle cart. This one should be the third one with the stage. What's going on here? What the heck is going on here? Yeah, it's them on the stage. See, it's the guitar on the platform. What the heck is all of this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at all these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Ah! They're... Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Gaviniers concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham and what did he have to do with me? It's very, very strange. Let's see. Just a minute. I'm just trying to see how much I wanted to do today. Ooh, there's a lot. Okay. Let's continue. Oops. Pressing wrong button. Sorry about that. Alright. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right, right? We're on we're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. thank you for taking my case. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now, cough, begin the trial of the Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Ahem. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was gonna say that. My apologies, Sir Judge. Ahem, jurists, today judge today's trial coolly, and if you will be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but their own feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Someone has been doing their homework? Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see? The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Death by octoquine poisoning. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by octoquine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally, lethal dosage in mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of octoquine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Bruchel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem, if you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Bruchel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. Why was he tapping his toothbrush on his head? But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Bruchel into that Mr. Bruchel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh? Gavin, for me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought his coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Ahem. Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Ahahaha. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well. Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Alright. Let's see what I can do here. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do an interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what? Here. Let's just press on everything just to get started. 9 at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first and, as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right, can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Bruchel guy, end quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider, by which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoching making interview go? His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little bit more specific? Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what her forehead was driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the recruits several times is necessary. Write a grade schooler, that's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only... Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Wowie, you don't know? That's like a journal's code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Doesn't this matter? Hoo boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know, star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear more about something a little bit more substantial. The moment of death, Bruchel's coffee, the stars coffee. The moment of death. About when Mr. Mishram passed away. Hoo boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and falls. So cold that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over? Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little bit more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance, end quote. Aquatine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow and limps. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep at night. Oh, yeah, well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Aquatine, My Love, by the Gaviniers, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of aquatine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find this testimony? How did I find this testimony? Well, I don't know if I got much from it, honestly. Guess it was important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the court requests the witness add this account to his testimony. Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. Spasms. Something doesn't feel right about that. There's traces. Did we have something that said something about it? Let's see here. Death by poison. Let me see if I can get more information. press that. Say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Ah, there we go. Let's talk about the Stars coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eating dog and writes about it world yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip after, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault, since he gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? I think that was more valuable than the last one. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over? Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to the testimony. Vital, right. He had one sip, if that, the next moment he was on the floor. But if that whoops. Dang it. That was a misclick. Back to that. Let me do this. If that was true, this would be on the floor as well, like I said earlier. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison being used, actor queening. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dose of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to equivalent pile. Why are we using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Aquinine is a virulent, as he says, but that doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because aquinine is slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order. What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why? That contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Bruchel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was virulent, right? Alright? Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Bruchel, ja? Her Bruchel. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I'd be forced to say, off wintered him. I don't know what that word is, to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent, and you will be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? Scoop? Okay, what is that face? Don't clean your glasses like that. Look, just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited studio. I've heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Bruchel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contraction, end quote, you might say. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order, order, order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony, that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to the story. Ack. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course you wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Her Bruchel, report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Alright. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? Huh? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. By that means, Vera is innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. You mean... this letter? The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Oh, whoops. Okay, sorry. Ignore me. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Maybe I should press it first? So he put the letter away when you saw it? I saw you? Early reporter gets the worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful an entry really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Yellow? The one I have is red. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Add it to the testimony. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. Please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. There we go. Now I can do the red envelope. Because he said yellow and that's not correct. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was the yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But hair or forehead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Bruchel, I can explain that. Drew, right, he wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing into a red envelope. No. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope, with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped. Can you stop doing that with your tie? It's weird. Order. Mr. Bruchel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, and quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Bruchel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Okay. Oh. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think, if that were a suicide note, what a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, falls. End quote. Ahem, as I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor? It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this is from 7 years ago, ja? So, am I finished here? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, You make that a rather unique face. Come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I notice something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue your testimony. Tell us about the scent of the story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Yeah, stop cleaning your glasses with a toothbrush and get on with it. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to press with the story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. No. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not something wrong, Mr. Bruchel? Look, this is my story. My tidbit journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if my Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Bruchel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. Could it be the last case Phoenix Wright did? Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. My bracelet's active. Okay, time to perceive. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Okay. Hitting his head with the toothbrush. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. He's doing the same on the last one. Do I perceive the third or the fifth statement? Let's try the fifth one. Let's see. R. Got it. Let's try this out. His hand doesn't seem to be doing anything. Here again. Maybe it's on this side? Oh. He's sweating.
Gotcha!
Why only on that side? Sweat much, Mr. Bruchel? Yeah, well, a man can't keep his glands, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Alright. Well, he was a forge artist. I guess this one would be it. The one that wasn't quite finished. Or maybe it was... Maybe I should do the real painting instead. Let's try that. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. Forgery. That's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery? Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certainly criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago. So, are we to understand this letter? This payment of $100,000 was for, exactly, forged evidence, net tidy profit, end quote. Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So, the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, hey, hey. The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Bruchel, your testimony at this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journal is so solid that could stand an Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Bruchel didn't have reason to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Bruchel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear suc succulent, succulent, I don't know, and without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. Alright. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. You sure? You didn't take anything for a scoop or something? Not one thing, you're sure? Yep, sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception, what? Journalist Spark Bruchel does interview, leaves studio, end quote. Haha, come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did someone leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Maybe a letter? I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain someone that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Misham? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then, let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the crime scene. The mailbox. That's the only way anything could have been taken. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Bruchel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Ah, but that very same letterbox is empty, in other words. That night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. But he was writing it on the day of the murder, or the night of the murder. Whew. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope in the witness says he saw it disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything for her forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night? This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. A letter was put into the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. I think that matters quite a bit. Clearly the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. That one's not true. But we can't prove it yet. I think that does matter, but we're trying to prove that it matters. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview is that mug. Unless his lips touched the letter trying to seal it? Or is that a stretch? Maybe, but let's try pressing for now. You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there. I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. The possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. The tiny frame. Proof is possible. Here it goes, nothing. You do understand what we need, ja? Proof for forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you just say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I presume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. Ah. As we know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
Feh. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp, but wait. How does that explain the octaqueening on the rim of the coffee? If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Interesting. Order. But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would, aquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on the envelope. But this time wasn't up until the moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Bruchel? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But, you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just ran out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no one No other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poisoned possible. Ah ha 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 ha. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? The little tiny frame. The stamp was probably kept inside of it. Why, maybe it was a special stamp. Saved for this special occasion. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, but... And by little, I mean it's really tiny. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my investigation, so what? Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when we saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Aquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a in a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would he put something like this on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Bruchel? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, make enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous fights of fancy to the Gaviniers' song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence of this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Well, wouldn't that just be the mailbox again, you would think? You would think, right? Or maybe it was the envelope? Maybe I'll go with the envelope. Deposited the 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. There we go. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah. In other words, if you have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would have to put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would have been taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Fur Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, ja? If that's what you'd have us believe, really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that when became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seemingly coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Forlen, Clavier. You... Oh. Emma. Emma. Well, like my Christopher Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? And don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Furlen Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of your mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted your science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Furlen Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Alright. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's aquinine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past? Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last? Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put this decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here? Can I make a statement here, on the record? I Spark, Razor-Tooth Brucial, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham, killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Order, order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp is ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo, I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Oh no. Yeah, what do you and your air guitar have to say? Is this the right future of our legal system? Prosecutor, Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavinier's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make any sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this, but it begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? I don't know, maybe he had dementia. You never know. Yeah. Alright. Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly likely that he would fall foul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo. I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay. Then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. I showed you proof. What about the aquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be aquinine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Irk. I believe we've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of poison aquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of an yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime, with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of aquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense. Which means that one of our clues must be fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, Ja. The fake clue that's thrown us all off the poison's trail is none other than the red envelope, the frame, or Drew Misham. Probably Drew Misham. Because the thing throwing us off is if he knew these things were poisoned in the first place, and why he would use them if they were. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah! I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. It would make sense, but also doesn't make sense at the same time. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Okay, well then where's the real Misham? Order, order, order. So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was a fake, who is the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. Real Drew Misham. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person who could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself, a forgery. The real forger was... Well, it couldn't have been the reporters, and the only other person in the room was Vera Misham. And she literally had a business card. So it must be her, right? There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off completely. Or entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints are found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, fascinating. Well, we get to question her now. Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw in her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared by Frolens, believe me. Though, they usually talk to me too. Tell us, where were you? Were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger Drew Misham was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued. Alright. Well, let's continue. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries. Yes. For father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. Talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? I was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I was so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then. I was starting when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamps was poisoned, that was. Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet, when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Alright. Well, I feel like we're starting over, so time to press everything again. Woo! Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting, the remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yes, she did not want to wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, Ja? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Alright. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Misham. Alright, let's go. I created things and father sold them. Oops.
Hold it!
So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Attention!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in that letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal of it all.
Hold it!
There we go. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoyed painting very much. I think I understand. The Ferlen has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send it in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. Oh, whoops. Received the stamp that was in that envelope.
Hold it!
What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Aquanine.
Attention!
A moment, her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So, the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. The single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. You'd think Mr. Misham wished to reduce his their visibility in the world at large. When we had met someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Frelin. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Your favorite magicians, huh? I feel like I know who that might be.
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. Magicians? I loved mysterious things, I've always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo. We're close, we just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. And the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Created things and Father sold them. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Picture of your favorite magicians. Was it Valiant Gramarye? I always mess that last name up. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gramarye. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Why is he sweating? Prosecutor Gavin. Gramarye? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than just This was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Now. Eek! Don't scare her. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize, but I must know, please. Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like a diary. No, I don't know. Oh, right. What about it? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing. Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? Who never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence? And the forger who made that evidence? Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. So, Phoenix lost his attorney badge under false pretense, I guess? Well, that honestly sounds about right. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes. Who was it? You know what? I bet Phoenix knew all of this, and this is his way to get back into the whole attorney thing. That's my guess. We've only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera? What the? The devil... Did she just die? Don't tell me she just died. Defendant Vera Misham. Unconscious. Examined acute... Wait, what? Acute... Wait, what? Defendant Vera Misham condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis. Acute quinine poisoning. This ends the recording of the trial of the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The diagnosis was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. Aw, she's so small. To find the whole truth. Alright. Let's do the 7 years ago trial, I guess. Yes. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed? Of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met, 7 years ago. "7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Phew, okay, it's been a long time since I've felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry I have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am not asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, morning, Daddy. Oh, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? Ha 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 ha. I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is helping me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. It seems... What's this? I don't know. It somehow. Incidentally, the prosecution today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy... Oh, I think I lost connection. Sorry about that. Looks like I lost connection for a tiny bit. Here, let me go back. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then. Yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Then switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation to put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. so do your best, but do not worry. First time's a defendant's ever given me a prep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha 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 ha. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Ignamar, known to the world as Zach Grammary. Jeez. A wild, popular magician, star of the troupe Grammary. His mentor, Magnifi Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of the stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Grammary is the suspect. Here we are. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Ignamar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, ja? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Gavineers concert got 10 minutes the thrill this gig's got. Who? Were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, ja? Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. The lead singer of the mega hit band of the Gavineers. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But there's just a hobby to be compared to this, ja? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up, her attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. At your tongue, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Detective Gumshoe. Where have you been? And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony. Her detective. This is my stage. Can the antics? Huh? All this hey you and such. And I could care less about your history together. Irk. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was the patient asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grammary was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to anyone of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Grammary was made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think? Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Alright. Diagnosed with malignant tumor, given 3 months. Magnet. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but true. Knock on heaven's door. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with the pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Used for administrating insulin shots has been washed and shows no signs of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him, and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task. Here, can I read stuff? Here, I want to read this one too. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Alright, and then this one. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Interesting. Very unusual indeed. And unusual. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, her attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was, every night for a half hour starting at 11. The victim Magnifi Grammary was given an IV. An IV. There. It is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, the doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back to empty the bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Okay. Defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself, get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still won't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shoot the victim in the head. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Ignamar, I have no clue, didn't pull the trigger, shot something else. Can I see that for a second? Well, his IV wasn't in, so this was obviously before that. Oh, and there's a bullet hole in the clown, too. So maybe we can say shot something else. Look at this photo. Another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What, and you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired, like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Well, there's only one other thing with a bullet hole. Right here. The clown doll. Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Ha, and I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ah, let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send somebody to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he didn't have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This is the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So, what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Alright. Defendant did what he asked and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol at the scene of the crime, no doubt. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. How so?
Hold it!
Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valent's quick draw shooting? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. I feel like all I have is the pistol. But I also don't have the pistol. What the heck? Okay, I don't think I questioned that quite yet. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun and there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this is truly a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. and it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. He might say that a lack of fingerprints is a fingerprint of its own. Aha, intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made. Not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Okay. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Okay. Okay, now that I have the pistol, I wanted to see if I can show the pistol to them. Fires one real bullet, barrel markings match found in the victim, no fingerprints. Let's see what happens. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too. Yeah. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know? If you claim the defendant had one already, then prove to us how he got it. Heh, ha ha ha. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, her detective was just a warm-up act. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That is Zach Gramery, who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Alright. I think I'll do this one last section of this episode, and then we'll probably end it there. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I had to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say for now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. And this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take its time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into this room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, and for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there is a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's forehead, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks? Yes, well, that is what I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Heh, ha ha ha. You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion, as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Haha, Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Grammary, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Court is now in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out of the clown's forehead. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did match the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he's intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of the Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valiant Grammary, magician. Um, and you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock, right? And if you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammary received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you would like to see for yourself. To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come to the 13th, 11:20 p.m., so the time's different. I will ready a gun with which you shoot one shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. Magnifi's second letter recorded and added to the court record. This is most unusual. Exactly what is going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammary up to? By which you mean... I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who could ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Herb Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, warping in relations, you might say. Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get started on the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter and the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. Ha 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 ha. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Definitely not. Let's not jump into any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammary, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Grammary, then the killer was you, Valiant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Alright. That night I visited the hospital room as the time magnifique requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown.
Hold it!
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victims and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene, namely the bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of pistols. Let's say the number. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in Zach and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? That there was 2. Of course I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into the room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with this statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important, actually. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Okay. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Pistol. They didn't give me the bullet, so I'm guessing I'm supposed to show the gun.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on the table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistols that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. Ah. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden. Hehehehe. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, I wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, he would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grammary? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more decisive than divisive as decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in that time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. After discovering the body, I had fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. That's still not the right time. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Okay. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, her judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love. Cue the song, press the play button, and you will play the 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single is only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Well, he says that, but now songs are that short. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an unconvertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. But we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customary, broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. Okay. First thing I'm questioning is that time. Since we're so focused on it, and it just doesn't feel right. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We could usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not Sure, I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals and makings the 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube from the bag to the end. Yeah, it's not in his arm. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. Huh? I don't think that happens. Or maybe it does, and I just don't know much about IVs. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. I see. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay. And so it was when I Valiant entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed, and this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Yeah. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold, the power of arrhythmic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to the testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Okay. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. I think I'm gonna question someone. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? Well, first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn and discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If the IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I adorned this attire then too, and our trophy a bust. What a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Yeah, to that stupid circus case. That was, I swear that was like the worst case we had to do, was the circus with, I don't even remember his name at this point. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valiant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valiant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Oh no. Let's see. Dripping from swelted, thorn discard. Okay. Lucky color. So yellow, I guess? And say I think 'twas hued, especially for me. Hued. So is he saying the IV was yellow? That's green, though. Okay, well, I think we found a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valiant, your luck colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be dutifully penalized. I do not hope this latest accusation is well-based. I do hope, yeah. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant told us? Right here. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us here, right? Just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The IV bag being green instead of yellow. Valiant Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? It kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo in the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here. Mr. Valiant, look at that IV bag. Ack! What is this? What fallow meg... It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Ah. Alakaz... No! Alakaz, no! Order, order, order. What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for that experience. Valiant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow and the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Ahaha. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to you, Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue. Oh, the blue bag makes the yellow liquid look green. Is that what you're saying? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This is, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. Yeah, but if you looked at the bag, you would see it as green and not yellow. I see. Your explanation does have a ring to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes? But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam. Order. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow, he'd seen it before, or he knew the liquid IV liquid color. Well, he's seen it before, that's the only way. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. And not because the blue bag, and not inside the blue bag we've seen in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing, so what if you know the IV liquid's color? Leave and getting excited over nothing. Absolutely nothing is our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin? I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. What? Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. Am I right? Right? I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, in which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV fluid, or liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said, wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring the IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth? Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All because he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... Okay. Prop. The syringe? I can't think of anything else. The victim's syringe? It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easily enough for an amateur. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been some traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you can manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our final trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work. I see no more. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh, he's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I had hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, her judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim's Magnifique Gramarye's diary. After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV began at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Um, all what is left to mine is all that is left to mine is to something down this pen. To lay down this pen. That doesn't appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Magnifi's diary added to the court record. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramery. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramery intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to the end by the defendant, Zach Gramery. I can see why he needed to show them the notebook page. The one that was forged. Order, 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 Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifi Gramery wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramery. Well, how do you like me now, her right? Still too green for your tastes, He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he ever overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing in his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page is the forged page. I guess this is Phoenix's fate. There's no turning back now. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alika, I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Gramery. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Seems that fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Grammary. Wait, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, her attorney? The diary continued after the first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grammary. No. No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, a genuine article, except it's not. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have written it.
Objection!
Yes. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Her judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we pulled the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. Who would it be? I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. They made the audience leave? I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. It's the fake forger. A judiciary deal? The deals of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You? What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham, was another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Somehow about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That, I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them. But, there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Come on. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court, my court. Well, he didn't mean to. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. Tracy, it was all your fault. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. Well, it wasn't Trucy's fault. She probably got coerced to do it, but like... Trucy! It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright. Yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal, too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hasn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted to, Ja. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. He didn't know it's fake. It's not his fault. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Then again, yeah, if he didn't know stuff, then he shouldn't have brought it into court. Just in case. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Well, that was weird. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You had the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Nigmar, the defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the devil, he must not be allowed to escape. So that would have just happened anyway. So Phoenix got in trouble for literally no reason. Great. That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Ignamar, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally unbelievably vanished right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramery miracle. Ah ha 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 ha. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Well, I'll have to leave you guys on that cliffhanger. And if you want to see what happens next, I'll be streaming tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST, just like today, so I'll see you all then. And as always, this will go on my YouTube channel, so go check that out if you missed any part of the stream and want to look back at it, and or any other Ace Attorney streams I've done. They're all on there, all in a playlist. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed stream. I'll talk to you, or I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!